Come up with a new title. Shit. There you go. Alright, so here we go. Hello there, people. Now I'm gonna show you some videos here first. Let's start out here. Get the show going. Just get the show on the road. Goddamn. Turn that live cam off. Let's get the show on the road here. I got a video I want to show you guys because I think that is worth doing that. I mean, it does say this is one thing I re-uploaded earlier here. This is from Texas, right? And I got a little confused about it because, to be honest with you, I thought to myself that maybe this was, I mean, is it today or is it earlier? I have no idea. Supposedly it's from today or yesterday or morning or night, yesterday night. But yeah, I mean, I could be completely wrong, and this is from like a year ago or something, and this could be debunked, right? But I mean, what's really going on here? This is apparently a paint plant. Massive fire causes explosions at paint plant. Apparently, there's a fire going on there, and then a paint plant in Garland, Texas. So I mean, these are it's quite unfocused here. Maybe there's a better video out there somewhere. Trying to find that, but the video sort of stops there. But yeah, it's really, I mean, it is it was a huge sort of fire boom, and I had another video of somebody else reacting to it on TikTok. He just ran out. He went, "Holy shit! What the hell is going on out here?" So that's what happened right there. I was trying to see if I could find it. Trying to just Texan fire. Oh, please shut up. We got one from 21 hours ago. It's a bit better quality here.
Caught on camera in Texas, a fireball rising from massive explosions at a Sherwin-Williams paint factory outside Dallas. Officials say one employee was injured and treated on the scene overnight. A hazmat team was deployed to monitor air quality. The cause is under investigation. Caught on camera in Texas.
They did say it was a fire, so that's what's going on in Texas. Isn't that great? Anyways, let's go on with the news, because this is Minx, by the way, if anybody's wondering. Wagner PMC somewhere in Belarus. Yes, Wagner pictures here. Polish border guard announced the deployment of more armored vehicle along the border with Belarus today. We have a transporter coming up here along the border here. They're really posturing up here. It's not a... Usually they have those things around there. I hate... Why do they have to put music over that? So we got a transport vehicle or some kind of heavy armor vehicle coming along here. These are the... yeah, I have no idea what it is. Probably, possibly it said it in the start of the video here. It's the... Licky Transport Operation tier. So... with the heavy armor right there. And this is Belarus and this is Poland. You know, we got the border right here. You know, the Iron Curtain's pretty much up, and this is an iron wall right here. You know, so it's you know, but this is Polish border guard troops or troops in general. Yeah, so it's probably in Polish. Can't really hear about that. I mean, I can show the video probably because maybe somebody does know Polish. I don't know. Wish they did the Polish, the English translation maybe, but I don't know. Listen, that's what's going on there. I mean, they're still deploying more forces. The Belarusians are still exercising on the border. There's a lot of that going on there. So I mean, I'll keep an eye on it, of course. But other than that, we have what's that? Wagner effect. Latvia introduces enhanced border security regimen with Belarus from August 11. Yeah, so they're also getting their border tightened up. I mean, everybody. Thank you very much, Pale. Poland accuses Belarus of Russia of orchestrating new migrant influx. Well, I've tried to perfect my my American English. I mean, it's English American / English British. I don't know. I mean, if I didn't tell people, I've heard this before. You know, if I didn't tell people I was Danish, people usually assume that I'm American, which is yeah. uh. We got, yeah. Now it's really interesting, right? I mean, this whole Niger situation that's going on right now. You sound East Coast gangster. You sound like a gangster? What are you talking about, man? I sound like a gangster? All right, fair enough. Al Qaeda affiliated media confirms their fighters surrounded Wagner terrorists in Mali border and will not let them enter Niger. Fair enough. All right. Wagner terrorists in Mali border. Okay. Lots of things goes on. There's airstrikes from Israel in Syria. I mean, still this Niger situation. I mean, they're supposed to give a statement on the 30th. Sorry, the 11th, which is on Thursday. No, that's the 10th. On Thursday, the 10th. They're supposed to give us update. At least the ECOWAS is going to give their update, because that's also when supposedly the African community or the international or whatever the fuck they were called had their ultimatum made. That's when they're gonna be giving out their ultimatum. That's when their ultimatum ends. Ultimatums, where they say, do this or we will go to war, or draw back your troops before we go to war, or something like that. It's an ultimatum, right? I mean, Austria-Hungary gave Serbia an ultimatum before going to war with them. So that's what they do with it. That's the war ultimatums, right? Usually ultimatums, sometimes back in the day, when you send somebody, a country, an ultimatum, they would usually be so incredibly hard to fulfill that you would be forced to go into war. Nowadays, it's not as hard. I mean, we have just seen the implications that it's a fair ultimatum. They're saying they have to draw back their idea of a coup and stop threatening the ECOWAS community, the ECOWAS or whatever, the African community, causing destabilization. Wagner's in Niger, the capital of Niger. So they're also causing a lot of destabilization. They're asking them to stop doing that, which is, I think, in all cases, fair enough. But in reality, right, I mean, we have to look everything into picture here. We got 2 days before the ultimatum is supposed to be giving up. And when that does happen, and I sit here and say that it doesn't, it's not going to happen or something like that. I really at this point have a big belief in that it may just happen, because if Niger doesn't give up, which it doesn't look like it's doing, we could have this massive African war in a sense that maybe not, or maybe because it's going to be Niger against a whole bunch of African communities. Niger doesn't have a strong military. Neither does the other ones. And we don't say Nigeria and Benin has any great military. I mean, Niger is the 8th poorest country in the world. Nigeria and Benin is above that, but they're not largely above that, so they don't really have strong militaries. But we'll have to see. I mean, the Niger government, or the military government, or the coup government, or what do you want to call it, has also called on the people to. By the way, it's very largely supported. There's a lot of supporters of this coup. But has supposedly called on their people to be ready to defend their homeland. I mean, this is large almost like large deserty areas, right? I mean, part of it is obviously go look at maps, right? Large part of it is mostly desert area. I mean, it's not really. One thing what I'm trying to say is that it's not the most defendable area. When it comes to defense, we got the European plain, which is the most undefendable land. That's why Denmark and Poland and Germany always has been easier to invade because it has it's on the European plain where there's no mountains or anything like that. It's really plain. Plain meaning it's flat. Netherlands and all that stuff. But that's not really what's happening in Niger. Niger is basically desert. It's in the Saharan desert. Some part of it is very 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 little part of Niger is green, or has forest areas, grass in general. I mean, it's fertile. Niger and Bayern both have that. I mean, Bayern is very. I mean, it's by the coast. Niger as well is coastless. It's completely locked in. The only area in Niger that really has any form of fertilized area is really down towards the Bayern border. But that's, looking at that, it's very undefenseless. There's a few mountain range. I mean, it's very much like if you were to go into Afghanistan. It's very much like if you were to go for Afghanistan. And Niger is sort of the same idea there. It's a lot hotter, and there's fewer mountain terrains. I mean, Afghanistan obviously has a lot of mountain terrains. I wouldn't say it's flat and desert area, while carrying heavy equipment isn't the most easiest job. I mean, it's going to be a big task ahead of the ECOWAS soldiers, so we want to call it, right, to get over this terrain, or even fight in this scorching heat. But they're of course very used to it. They live in the area. There's always the advantage of being under defense, but we'll have to see about it. I mean, underperformance can happen, and yeah, I mean, these sort of situations and these sort of things, you go to Libya, right, or Libyan, or what you want to call it, right, or Libya, yeah. That conflict's been brewing for so much. When Gaddafi, or whatever, Gaddafi, right? Yeah, was taken down out of his power. That war went on. It's still ongoing. It's a failed state. That's what happens when these conflicts go along, because factions rise up, and then there's terrorist attacks, or possibly ISIS also has a lot of wishes when it comes to that, because they want to. Because they like to find new places to operate inside of, and if they have a failed state, they can easily operate inside of a failed state. That also means getting access to new borders and all that stuff, right? But yeah, I mean, that's what we're looking at right now. There has been some reports here, and I've always stated myself to be a very fair person, and I will bring it up because you have to sort of be honest. And what's going on the front lines here with Ukraine today, there has been some pushbacks lately, and it's going okay, actually. And right now, it appears that they're in a new phase of attacks, which have gone better. I mean, there's been some larger pushbacks on the front. Some areas like down towards. Well, I can't even pronounce that. I mean, it's in the Donetsk region, Donetsk, Zaporizhzhia region. They have done sort of a push in. It's in this area over here. They've done a push into the area, and there's gone somewhat of a kilometers. I think like 5 kilometers push or something, maybe less. Up towards No, that's pretty much it. I mean, that's small encroachments on the border of up towards Kharkiv. Small encroachments. And it looks like they're getting somewhat of a trip up here, but what Zelensky has definitely gotten his way ahead of uh, his way ahead of blaming NATO for, well, the idea of him not winning. And as much as I agree, I mean, NATO didn't supply enough. They haven't been supplying enough. I also think maybe the overestimation, and this is not me being pro-Russian, right? I mean, I'll be as much pro-Ukrainian as you want, but I also have to give you honest with you, like, Zelensky has to stop overestimating his abilities. Because of course he has lots of abilities, but he has to understand that an all-frontal push is a hard thing. No modern army goes for an all-frontal push. It's hard to go for all-frontal pushers. Not even Germans went for all-frontal pushers. They usually focused on one area in particular. Usually they would sometimes they would dig in. One other area would dig out, and attack one other area, because I mean, unless you have the allocations of resources to one area, you're going to need a lot of things to attack. There's all kinds of informations that you have to get for an attack. I mean, we're talking air superiority, we're talking air support, we're talking the infantry, of course, we're talking the tank regiments, we're talking the heavy armored vehicles regiments. There's all these ideas you really have to get before you can actually encroach on even getting for a war. And when you're doing an all-frontal push, that means you have to spread out those resources on a larger front, which doesn't really work out a lot. Well, personally, I was saying it for a while, he needs to stop focusing on an all-frontal push, dig in some areas, and start focusing on gaining back areas that he can get back. Yeah, exactly, pal. I mean, Russia has done the same thing, and you look what happened to Russia, right? I mean, hello, how you doing, Witchy? I mean, that's my point, But what he really has to start realizing is this whole frontal idea of pushing on a whole front at once really is. I mean, you just need a large amount of equipment to do that, and when you're spreading out your forces on a larger scale, that means pushing on the front scale while relocating resources to push on a front scale means that you have to spread out every single resource that you have, so every single regiment can have the same resources and ideally be able to push forward. Undermining any kind of resources means that some regiments might be trying to push without backup from artillery or backup from tank regiments or any sort of air support or anything like that. In reality, that's what I'm saying. So, I mean, when you are in a country that relies on foreign support and foreign supply, you need to allocate that into one area and say, this is where we're going to be attacking, because you got to dig in the other areas. When you dig in, you don't need the most amount of you don't need tank regiments. When you dug in, you don't need a tank in the area to keep your well, you need tank. I mean, you need less. I mean, artillery support is of course the same thing, right? But you can allocate more if you're able to dig yourself in and defend the position, because the Russians are not good enough to push forward. They're not in any way good enough to push forward, right? Because they don't have the equipment or the men. The men is not trained enough. The equipment is not good enough. So he really has to say to himself, I think he has to say to himself, I have this limited amount of equipment coming in. What do I do? I focus on one area. He has to. I mean, the military advisors must have said this. They have to focus on areas that are less defended. Maybe maybe amphibious assaults is what's needed. Kherson is an under defended area. Cutting into Kherson and cutting into Crimea would be a devastating blow. But an assault on water or over rivers is a hard assault. When you don't have a lot of resources, going for the land assault is much better. So you have to allocate a lot more resources towards one frontal push. I mean, not on the whole front, but one area. Dig in everywhere else, but focus your pushes on specific areas instead of the whole frontal push. Because they're doing frontal pushes. and it's not going to get you anywhere. What we're seeing now, it's not going to get you anywhere. You know, you're going to be you're going to be in the same sort of situation for the next 100 years if that's what they're doing, right? I mean, at the rate they're going now, they're going to be done with this war in about what, 2 years? I mean, sure, you know, they're going to be done with it, but 2 years is a long fucking time to be at war. Deliver that devastating blow, you know? I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, maybe I'm crazy, right? Maybe I don't know. But, yeah. I mean, all praise to Ukraine. I think they're doing a good job, despite you know, there are lacking efforts from the West. Well, I'll give as much blame on the rest as I'll give for everybody else, because we have been lacking in our defenses. I mean, or in our defenses slash, or the exactly, yeah, it's lose an inch, gain an inch, lose an inch, gain an inch, and then they went for the push for Bakhmut. Why would you push for Bakhmut? It's not an area that's strategically valuable. Now it's just a symbolic area. That's what they're doing. I think I hear air raids in Kharkiv. There are air raids in Kharkiv. We'll keep this one on. We all need to pick it up. You know, it's not just the U.S. The U.S. is actually one of them who's been supplying the most. I will agree they have to pick it up, but it's the rest of Europe. The rest of Europe has to pick it goddamn up. I mean, we're the ones slacking behind in every sort of way. Poland isn't. Poland is very committed, but now Poland has one of their own issues. They have to reinforce their own border, so now they can't relocate so much to Ukraine because they're now focusing on the border with Belarus because they don't want to lose as much equipment, so they can't fight a fucking war. And I get that, but it means that our you know, Germany, Denmark, France, England, these guys, you know, we have to fucking focus on getting this stuff down to Ukraine because we're not threatened by a war on our border. That's not happening. You know, we're not gonna see war in France or in you know. Yeah, I mean, the Russia needs to stop warplaying. They need to fucking they need to do it now or later, because a Russian victory is gonna be it's gonna be a devastating blow to everybody. You know, not for Russia, but for everybody else. Yeah. But you know, listen, the tactic that I'm seeing, it's a very rare tactic, because it seems to me that both the Ukrainians and the Russians are doing World War One tactics. You know, a frontal assault on every single area. But even in World War One, they did massive attacks in one area to try and push around the enemy. But they don't do that now. What they're doing is, oh, we're gonna push forward in different areas. Oh, look at us, we gained an area. You know, and listen, I'm not sitting here giving away insults towards the Ukrainians, or you know, them fighting the Russians for our freedom. I will never do that. I'm giving away insults right now to the military commanders who are wasting the fucking equipment that they're getting, and who are wasting the people because they don't realize that an all frontal push is not gonna and little gains, kilometers of gains every day is not gonna win you a war. You need to deliver a decisive blow. You know, dig in, find one position, and go for it. Doesn't matter if it doesn't go for it. I trust me. If you go for some way, if you go for one place, one big assault, that's what they need to do. You know. Well, that's the point. You know. The idiots are. Yeah, that's the problem. Which you know, the whole idea behind you know, if it doesn't affect the Americans, because it's not going to affect the Americans, and the Republicans, you know, they're gonna vote it out. You know, they're gonna not send as much as it pains me to say it, I need Biden for another 4 years, and I know people are a little bit against that. But maybe not Biden, but we need Democratic. We need another Democratic win. We have to get another Democratic win, because otherwise they're not gonna be continuing to send equipment to Ukraine. If you don't get a Democratic win, we're not gonna see more equipment being sent. We have to get another Democratic win. If we get a Republican win, we're not gonna see the support from the U.S. to Ukraine, because the Republicans will focus on the factor that so many people are now complaining about the fact that they can't pay taxes. And I get that. Listen, I'm not sitting here to say, you just have to suck it up. The problem is that the U.S. right now is taxing so much that they're not really thinking about the idea behind the people having to catch up, you know? It really is pale. It really is. I mean, it is pale, you know, they always say it's not our problem until it is their problem, right? I mean, that's, you know, that's really the American ideology. They always come in to save our asses right in the last point. I mean, I have no doubt that they're gonna save our asses once more, but they also have to, you know. But what I think is that they keep focusing on so much, you know, getting all these equipment into Ukraine and all that, but they keep forgetting about the idea behind balancing equipment being sent to Ukraine and the affordability for the American taxpayers, because the American taxpayers have to be able to afford this as much as we have to be able to afford it, because the American taxpayers can't afford sending equipment, you know, because in reality what they have to do now is replace that equipment. It costs a lot of money to replace equipment, doesn't it? You know, I mean, they just, you know, they impose this sort of idea behind it that the more taxes and the more things we get in, they have to be able to balance it. They're not really putting out ideas for balancing and keeping up this long term of equipment supply, because all they're doing right now is opening up their stockpiles and saying this is what we're going to be sending. What you have to do is say we have to put out a balanced idea so we can continue to support the American people in their everyday lives and continue to push in with equipment to Ukraine. We have to set up a balanced point, you know, to continue to deliver enough equipment. But that also means that the U.S. now has to go to Europe and tell them to get off their fucking asses. And I don't care if the U.S. comes to Europe and say, get off your fucking asses, stop complaining, and send shit to Ukraine. Right? Yeah, but that's the problem, you know. I mean, that's the problem with the whole rewriting of the rules. Poland is definitely gonna go in if they feel like it. But the problem is that Russia is gonna spin it, and then they're gonna say, you know. But that doesn't stop Poland from sending in their own sort of volunteer fighters, and they have already done that. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree. Put Russia back to the 1700s. Agreed. But we have to set up proper infrastructure so we can continue to send stuff to Ukraine. And that also means that the U.S. have to be a little bit tough. They have to go to Europe and other NATO countries and say, get off your fucking asses and shut up and get this equipment into Ukraine. And we will all set up a conference now, get the idea behind how we can continue to supply Ukraine with not only with money but with equipment, and we'll worry about the money later, because now they're talking about it's going to cost so much money. Listen, let's win a war first, and let's talk about the money later. We can always recover economically, right? You can always recover economically. You can always do that. Trust me, you can always recover. The other problem is, right? We have to win this war, and let's focus on the money later. You know. We gotta get it. You know, really, I wish that the U.S. would go to Denmark or France, tell them to get off their ass, especially Germany. You know. Yeah. Yeah, all of Europe will fight hard. We all fight hard. But listen, again, you know, just I wish for them to go to Europe and say, get off your asses and send this shit to Ukraine. Well, we don't want to. I don't give a shit. Send it to Ukraine, you know? It's... Really, it's not that hard. Yeah, exactly. Oh, you're talking bad about Germany? Okay, here's 3 tanks. What do you say now? We're still talking shit. You sent 3 tanks. And what did they send? 30 leopards? Wow. Half of them haven't even made it yet. What? They got what? They got like 15 of them. Maybe. I don't know. They may have it 30s, right? But what they sent like 30, 50 tanks? You're not gonna win a war against 30, 50 tanks. They didn't even allow Poland to send their fucking tanks in. Poland bought a lot of Leopard tanks, right? And they're not allowing Poland to send in their tanks because it's technically still German. The fuck it ain't. You know, if you buy something from someone, if I bought, you know, a cake from a store and then I said I'm gonna gift this cake to someone who has a birthday, and the store owner who owns the store then said you can't do that because it's my cake. And hell, it ain't. I bought the fucking cake. I can give it to whoever I want to. You know, I can give the fucking cake to whoever I want to, and then the store owner says, "No, you can't do that because we have our ingredients in this cake can't be given to these people because then they will know everything." And it's like, yeah, what are you saying? It keeps going at. Keep by. Yeah. I'll be piloting the plane, man. You're gonna be a paratrooper? Are you in the military, pal? I got a lot of military guys coming in. Just asking. No, what? You know, it's the whole idea behind you can't give away our secret recipe. Why not? Listen, listen. The Russians are not gonna be able to redo the Leopard tank. You know, they're not gonna be able to redo the Leopard tank. They may be able to rip off some ideas from it, but they're not going to be able to redo it. They don't have the resources. What they have the resources for is building tanks like they did in World War II. Problem is, and eventually, Russians are going to turn back to building full mechanical tanks that doesn't require microchips. They did back in the day. You know, they're going to probably turn back to doing it. I can already see it. I think eventually, if China cuts off that microchip supply and Taiwan, you know, if it's in an active war, it's going to disrupt those microchips. And we go to war with everybody, right? Eventually, we're going to turn back to World War II equipment somewhat because I think, maybe not World War II equipment, but we're going to definitely turn back to maybe propeller planes, maybe some kind of things like that. Because in reality, you can't keep up the supply of modern weapons because it's so hard. It takes a long time to build these things. The systems takes a long time, but it doesn't take a long time to build a Sherman, right? But or a T-34, right? Problem is, you know, the armor on those things are incredibly bad. I mean, they always have been. I mean, not always, but compared to nowadays weapons, right? I mean, we still have a large stockpile, and I believe that a war going on right now, we could definitely continue to supply forces for a while, but eventually, you know, if we can't get enough to production rate up, you know, we're probably going to be turning back to some older equipment and some kind of mechanical weapons. But you know, we'll cross that bridge when we get there, won't we? You know. I'll cross that bridge when I get there. Sorry, I talk a lot when I'm very passionate about something because I've been very passionate lately about the idea behind the wasting of Ukrainian lives when you're not doing it properly. I mean, I'm just saying, you know. Dropping napalm? Yeah, exactly. Drop napalm. Uh, well, that's the idea that obviously the Germans and the Americans are a bit afraid of, which, but listen, you know, we can't continue to be afraid of that kind of stuff. And the Abrams is a very very complicated, expensive tank. The Russians probably could not uh, spend time doing it. You know, they would have to. Would have been Crater a year ago. I tell you what, same thing here. I would send them back to the Stone Age by now. Tell you what, I would have done. I would have stationed nuclear weapons in both Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, and Romania. Uh, Possibly Moldova, and then all the Baltic states as well. I placed nuclear weapons in all of those countries just to deter Russia from attacking those areas, right? They're gonna say it's a red line. We're gonna say we don't really give a shit. That's a deterrent right there. You know. No, I mean they did a testing a while back, and their nukes actually failed. You know, you gotta. I don't know, but there was a. They didn't release any footage of it because obviously, but yeah, it failed because. Well, did they? Maybe they did some kind of small footage. But yeah. Really? Oh, that's fun. We got an all clear in the background, I think. So apparently this is in Lithuania. So you go through, and then it says Minsk 187 kilometers, occupied by Kremlin, and Kiev this way. We got Kiev 779 kilometers, long way, right? And then they got Minsk that way, occupied by Kremlin. That is one hell of a statement right there. I listen. Lithuania doesn't give a fuck. They really don't care. They took down statues. They took down everything that reminded them of fucking the old Soviet Union. They took down everything. They don't really care. They don't give a fuck. Well, I mean the interesting proposition was that the Germans said that the communists was going to be our only threat, and then they said, let's join up and go against the commies. But at that point, everybody was pretty tired of war, so they said, you know what, well, no, we're not going to join up with the Nazis. But yeah, look where it got us, right? But yeah, I mean, it's terrible. It's terrible. We can't. We'll get it there eventually. U.S. has already started reproducing and remaking some of their equipment, but some of their nuclear bombs. But yeah, I mean, the whole nuclear thing is a terrible thing. Always has been. I don't sit here. I feel like there's nothing happening. I feel like the next big event is going to be happening on Thursday. But U.S. Department spokesman Matthew Miller doesn't understand why Niger loves Russia so much. So let's explain it to him in brief. I'll tell you why they love Russia so much. What do you do? What do you do when you got no friends in the world, and there's another country who has no friends in the world, right? What do you do? what's that? 34 minutes ago, Burkina forces mobilizes in support of Niger and Russia against France and the U.S. We have been receiving France aid for 63 years, but our country has not developed. Therefore, deprive us of their help now. We will not kill, but rather encourage us to work and rely on ourselves, said today the president of Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traoré. What's Thursday? Thursday is when the African community or the international community has set to. That's what their deadline or ultimatum is going to be ending. So it's going to be aligning, and then supposedly they're supposed to hold a meeting, a settlement meeting, or sort of a emergency meeting, where they're then going to be giving out their last issue, and if Niger refuses that, we'll have to see what comes after that. But yeah, I think it has here, deadline for restraining Niger president and restoring the constitution has now passed as the deadline expired. Close to airspace. I think I had it on a video from somebody else here. One second. Phil DeFranco, he uploaded a video actually explaining it here. I'll yeah, he uploaded a video here just a second ago. I'm gonna go watch that. What? Alright, it's 2 videos. Here we go.
The U.S. is taking over peace talks with a potential World War Africa. Niger's junta would only let the U.S.'s special emissary into the country and refuse peace talks with a potential World War Africa. Niger's junta would only let the U.S.'s special emissary into the country and refuse entry to peace delegations from the UN and the African Union. And the U.S.'s special emissary is the Deputy Secretary of State, Victoria Nuland, who's very experienced in foreign affairs, but this is actually her first week on the job. And she's trying to convince the junta to stand down, but says that the talks are extremely frank and at times quite difficult. Also adding that she hopes to keep the door open to diplomacy, but saying that, quote, their ideas do not comport with the Constitution. And she's also suspended all U.S. aid to the country. Additionally, Russia couldn't control itself this morning and said that Nuland can't trick Niger with buns in a cellophane bag like she did with Ukraine, whatever that means. But hey, follow to stay in the loop. The U.S. is taking over peace talks with a potential world. China is fed up with Russia. First, China condemned Russia for. China attacked the Philippines in the. Kenya is ready to lead a multinational force into Haiti. And this is gangs in Haiti are causing a humanitarian crisis, leading to the Prime Minister sending out a request to the world for help last year. And the UN has backed the calls for a security force, but no country has been willing to do it because, to keep it brief, it's anarchy. But Kenya has now answered the call and has offered. It's the calm before the storm for World War Africa. The U.S. is reportedly going to send a special emissary to try to reason with the junta. The junta has closed the airspace there and has called on the people to be ready to defend the homeland. Wagner has deployed advisors to Niger to reportedly defend the capital. They'll also open an office there. France has issued a do-not-travel advisory for Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso. They've also canceled all flights going at a week to align with the African Union's deadline, quite likely an attempt to gain more manpower.
Yeah, we're stopping. Now, okay. Apparently I can't find that video there, but it doesn't matter. We have the idea behind it right there. It's happening. It's going on. Yeah, it's happening. I mean, what I know of right now, my first read was it was going to be the 13th when the African community had their deadline. But apparently it's not. Apparently it's on the 10th when the African community has their deadline. So that's when they're going to be holding some supposedly emergency meeting or something like that. Yeah, and that's when they're going to be deciding or probably giving out one of the last, like, hey, you know, chill kind of talks with Niger. But if they don't do it, then yeah, then you know, it's going to be war. You know, I mean, there's no other way to say it. It's going to be war. That's what we're going to be seeing. Yeah. I mean, there's no other way to put it, is there? There's absolutely no other way to put it. We got a Hellcat. Is that a Hellcat? Why do we have a Hellcat? We have play. Oh, it's another. It's a jet. We got some more planes right now. Some more UK jets apparently. We got about 4 jets. That's what I can see here. Another one that's quite interesting. Oh, we got a Cessna. Really? That's what 1,500 people is tracking. Good stuff. We got some tankers, some more tankers. A lot of tankers up right now. We got a Super Galaxy. Some more tankers. One more tanker. God damn. We got a MD-10 from India. Oh no. Bolivia. That's right. India and Bolivia, they have to look extremely close to each other. I mean, you have to be honest. We got a bunch of Globemasters, maybe some Hercules, tankers and Hercules. That's what we got over the U.S. right now. Probably got more, but I can't really see them. All right, yeah. Wait, so I'm gonna go on 80. That's a slight trade. I'm gonna go ahead on 80 ASP. See what's going on 80 ASP. It's a calm before a storm. I was just like sitting here waiting for something to happen. I've been doing it for a while now, and I'm just, can something happen? Not that I want something to happen. It's like a weird way to say that you want something to happen, but at the same time, God damn it, can they do something so I can finally realize what they're up to? I mean, I some kind of movement. I mean, I already know what they're up to, right? But I just, I don't know. It's weird. We got a P3 and a P8. Yeah, we got a P3 and a P8. Both sub trackers, hunters. We got the tankers. We got an E6. We have an E6 up over the US right now. That's something. We got another P8. We got another P8. Oh my god, we got a lot of P8s. Yeah, a whole bunch of P8s right now. Oh, we got a river joint just outside the UK. Look at that. Look at that, gentlemen. I want something bad to happen. Yeah, well, yeah, no, I don't want, I don't want anything bad to happen. I mean, maybe I said it a bit wrong. I don't want anything bad to happen. What I mean is that I just, yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It's just a weird situation in any kind of way you put it, right? Got a bunch of planes. We got some river joints. I think they're doing some kind of air drills or something. Because they've got this river joint out here doing some air surveillance. I mean, I really don't know because we got jets, we got special planes, reconnaissance, we got Airbuses, we got an Osprey right there. Now apparently doing circles. Is it gonna land in the middle of the ocean? 500 feet in the air. 500 feet in the air over the sea, doing 240 knots an hour. I hate those things. Really, I mean, I don't hate them. They're an amazing piece of equipment, right? But it's just, what I know of them, they're pretty much death traps. I mean, it's really, I mean, they're very unstable as well. So flying them 500 feet in the air, just above the water, I would not trust that in a million years. I would not trust that. Slav Russia? Hey, Jan. How many days is 3 days in Russia? Because for the rest of the world, it's been about 1.5 years. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you guys got some kind of special calendar, but I remember Putin said that it was gonna be 3 days, right? I mean, that's what he said, right? I just want to ask you, Jan. He said 3 days, right? But it's been 1.5 years. But maybe it's only been 2 days in Russia. Because obviously Russian technology is so advanced that probably they're just gone through a time machine, right? But they're gonna go through the Ukrainian biotech soldiers, right? Now, do me a favor, Jan. Shut the fuck up. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. There's some British fucking cunt sitting there. I mean, I'll use the fucking word. Some, what, Russian idiot? Fuck off. Will you, Jan? Idiot. Believe me, the Russia will be in Ukraine one day. Yes. Niet. You're not a Russian? Alright, fair enough. You don't want to leave? Oh, fair enough. Well, actually, what I can do, Jan, is I can just make you leave. So there you go, Jan. You know, that's how you get banned. So, I was wondering, you know, now that you're banned, was that really worth your time? I mean, I know you don't have a life. Only people that don't have a life comes into a live chat and go, Slava Russia. What is such a Slava? You know what Slava means? It means free Russia. You just said free Russia. Not like Russia is not under fucking occupation. You know what's under occupation? Or in a fucking war? That's Ukrainian. By the way, Slava, it's a fucking Ukrainian word, idiot. Idiot. You're such idiot, you know? Fair enough, Witchy. Fair enough. Oh yeah, you left for 1 minute? Yeah. No, but I love it, you know? They don't even have a fucking combat. That guy was like, no. I just wonder, you know, Russians, you know, does it actually true? Is the 3 day occupation? You know, is that 3 day war? Maybe Russia has a different calendar because maybe it's only been 1 day to them. It's been 1.5 years for us, right? But it's been 3 days, right? It's supposed to be 3 days. So I mean, those 3 days are quite long days, you know. But obviously, Russia is so huge that it takes a long time to get around, right? It's been 2 days in some world. And Putin, you know what Putin's going to come out and say? He's going to say, on a planet far, far away, it's only been 2 days. And, yeah, it's not going to be 3 days before 6 months from now. And, obviously, you know, we can't, I said 3 days, but that can be a bit wrong. So maybe 4 days. So we still will have 1.5 years, you know, on that planet. So, you know. I mean, I just expect people to, when they come into my channel and say Slava Russia, I expect them to be, but I expect them to look like, you know, it's that kind of guy who fucked up his life and now he has nothing else to do, you know. It's sad, really. I mean, it's sad. It's sad. Look at this. I like how this guy, right? Capture mobilized Ukrainian military spokesperson spoke after fictionized medical examinations and poor training in the armed forces of Ukraine. Ukrainian POVs tell about Ukrainian mobilization and poor training. Russian Defense Ministry. Right. Right. And you're telling me he's captured. So you're telling me that if you had a gun to your face, you would be saying that you had good training? Right. You're telling me that you have a gun to your face, you would certainly be telling the truth? Right. It's Minsk in Belarus. I couldn't really get that border cam, but I think that's the best we can get right now, at least. I mean, this is the capital of that country. Possibly, we kind of maybe I don't know. Yeah, I'm still kind of if I can actually find maybe something of some kind of border cams or something like that, but I don't really know how to. I hope I can maybe find maybe some Belarusian Polish border yeah border whatever. It's pretty good, yeah. Fair enough, Wizzy, fair enough. I mean, I have no doubt in my mind if anything was to happen, right? I have no doubt in my mind if anything was to happen. I believe that they're probably gonna find some kind of border camps, right? But at the moment, we don't really have any border camps, but it's gonna be getting there. Oh, if it is, you can find it. Fair enough. Very confident. If there is, I can find it. Trust me. I know. Yeah. Either Russia or Lithuania, but it's gonna be for me Latvia. Sorry, Lithuania uh, or Poland, right? Those border camps. I mean, this is Russia, Poland. There's not really a Russian Polish border, but if they're saying that the what the fuck do they mean Russia Poland border? What is Russia Lithuania? Well, there's not what? That doesn't really make sense. Oh. I searched everything and I find everything, trust me. I know it's done. No. They had some kind of live shows. Why is there not somebody who's gone live for that? I mean, it's a very tense area. Come on, you know? There has to be something. Yeah. Maybe somebody could find a Sawaski Gap. A Sawaski Gap portal cam. That could probably be the best one we could get. Maybe if we could find a Sawaski border gap. Or Sawalski, or whatever the fuck they call it. What is they call it? Swarovski. Swarovski. Sawalki. Sawalki. Sawalki, right? Sawalki, yeah. Oh, that's in this. I think it was up here, yeah. God damn. How you doing, Michael? Swarovski Airport? Hmm. United States. Fair enough, Michael. Fair enough. In Swarovski. Oh yeah, but these, uh, that's, you send me the weather of the Swarovski Gap webcams. Oh no, yeah, I was just on this one, but it's not live. Well, it's yeah. Euro Transit. what is this? Deep dive. Fair enough. So nah, it wasn't live. What's don't know why. No, I don't know. I just wait. I just wait for somebody to go live with it on YouTube. Eventually, there's gonna be someone. We do have one place that's on. If a live, if somebody, oh, that's not live. We have 100 live cameras around the world. Fair enough. No, it's not really anything I can find that would benefit, but we'll keep an eye on Mix. Yeah. We'll keep an eye on Mix. I mean, that's all I can do right now. Doesn't really matter. Oh, it's so boring. Come on. God damn it. Something. Keep waiting all the fucking time. I mean, it's so frustrating. But as long as we're waiting, nothing happens, right? Well, as long as we're, waiting. Fucking Christ. There's not even anything going on in Ukraine to talk about. Come on, guys. Get going. Come on. There's a plane in Nigeria. No, there's a plane over Niger. How is there a plane over Niger right now? Oh, it took off from Niger. Turkish Airlines. Why the fuck is Turkish Airlines always allowed to go into conflict areas that nobody else is allowed to go in? Are they carrying a fucking... Maybe they're carrying the U.S. delegate, right? It's a Turkish airline. Maybe it's taken off from Niger. Maybe it's taken off from Niger. Let's be honest. It may be taken off from Niger, right? Because that's the thing. But it does happen. It could be taken off. It's about to head out. What the fuck is it doing? It's a register from Turkey. It's an Airbus. I question sometimes what side Turkey is on. I mean, it's kind of like the weird cousin of the family. Sometimes they're on the good side, sometimes they're on the bad side. I feel like Turkey's really just on the side that benefits them the most, which is respectable. I respect them for that. Turkey has always been, even the Ottoman Empire was on the side that benefited them, right? Even though I would say, I think it would benefit the Ottomans to just stay out of that conflict, because it did lead to the inevitable downfall of the country itself. I mean, that's one thing, right? Bunch of jets over the over America. Sorry, not over America. I meant England, the UK. It's a supercharge. Yeah. Well, listen. It may be just another tight night. It may just be another slow night tonight. Let's be honest. Other than the Texan explosion, which I showed early in the video, if you want to go back and watch that, there's not been a lot happening today. Really not. You merely adopted a dog. I was born in it. Fuck. So. Now again, the Belarusians have been shown taking up and lifting a car's body and then supposedly being able to repair the body. They're really doing all these kind of shows that I haven't seen before. All these kind of shows where they show off, you know. Yeah, that was definitely Bane. Davey, that was a Bane right there. You liked it? I liked it. You were born in a dog. You nearly adopted a dog. I was born in it. You nearly adopted a dog. It was certainly something's gonna happen, Nick. Just not today. Well, I don't know that, right? But gotta get some dinner. All right, fair enough. See you later, Wizzy. Yes, thank you, DV. It's a great impression. Good. You're looking at. You nearly adopted the dog. I was born in it. There you go. Haven't checked in for a while. Yeah, well, man, I mean, it's slower, but it's, I think, still, it's the storm before, well, it's the calm before the storm. I mean, we're certainly about to see a massive, certainly going to see a massive African war, probably. I mean, if Niger doesn't back down with its aggression and its military coup ideas, we're certainly going to see a fucking massive, well, it's going to be a bit of a massive African war. And if Wagner doesn't back down to try and take the fucking Zawaska Gap, then it's going to be, well, I don't know what's going to happen, Nick, but things are lining up. You know, Belarus is doing some, Belarus and Wagner is doing military drills on the border of Lithuania and Poland. So, I mean, whatever's happening there, it's happening. So, you know, can't tell you what's going to happen, but something might happen sooner or later. An influx of more immigrants are coming into Poland as we're talking because that's what Belarus does. They influx, you know, migrants to European countries to try and destabilize and take away certain allocations of money to because we have a rule that we can't really show away certain amount of refugees, but at that point we really have to disregard human rights. Well, when I say human rights, I mean we have to maybe disregard the idea of not turning away so many of those refugees. They're already doing it. Poland is already getting ready to turn back some of those refugees, but they're spending a lot of money, you know, getting rid of this migrant issue here. It's ridiculous, and the Belarusians are being actual bullies. I mean, it's ridiculous. I fucking hate them, you know. Minister of Defense of Belarus. The armed forces of Belarus are conducting exercises near the border with Poland and Lithuania in an environment as close as possible to real combat conditions. Yes. Yeah, it's well these 3 years, right? 2022, 2023. It's been a long damn years, and it's let's take a look at these last years here. COVID and the war. It's really, I mean, I don't think this decade can get much worse. I think possibly the worst decade of all time so far. Well, I will say that the 19th century was definitely, the 20th century was definitely a bad, was definitely a bad sort of century. We're in a decade now where I think we're in the worst decade of a long time, but yeah. We got an E3 in Alaska, but I don't know, man. I mean, it's a crazy year, crazy years. It's probably not gonna be stopping for a long time. When is this war gonna end? Yeah, I don't know. We got a river joint just outside Japan. Came from Alaska. All right. Look at that. Actually came pretty close to Russian airspace, but probably didn't. Yeah. We got Polish border guard planes here. Crusader, and we got a sky truck as well doing rounds over Kunin. Really bad weather. Yeah, certainly. I mean, it's been storming and windy in Denmark here the past 2 days now. It's crazy. Speaking of wind, let me get your daily wind patterns update, right? Let's get those up going. Because why not? You guys like your wind patterns? Certainly something going on. Look at that. So there's still this massive amount of storm coming in from Letland, like they call it. Heading in over Denmark and then over northern Sweden. It's cold as fuck as well. It's ridiculous. And then we got right now conditions in the Black Sea is not great either. Winds heading down towards Turkey. Winds are heading away from Russia. These are definitely turning winds. I mean, it's Siberian winds, you know, and I believe that it's an influx of. I mean, I think we're lucky enough not to get the Siberian winds for now, but I believe what we're seeing now is winds coming in from the South Pole, the North Pole, sorry, and going to be coming in over, you know. Holy shit! That's what happened this year. I think you can just put this whole decade as a one picture. Holy shit! There's apparently also a multiple storms happening in over Japan and near Guam. The Pacific is not a silent sea at the moment. Well, winds are high at the moment. You know, welcome to global warming, right? Or what do you want to call it? I mean, Germany got warmer until it got colder. I said it before, I'll say it again. It's gonna get warmer until it gets fucking colder. I don't really have the time for, well, maybe one day, but the U.S. admitting the existence of aliens, yeah, it's fucking bullshit. I mean, it's really a lot of bullshit. Like everybody, oh, but the U.S. said it happened, so why shouldn't we believe it? Because the U.S. says a lot of bullshit. 90% of what comes out is a lot of bullshit. And the 10% that comes out, you know, actual military probabilities. I mean, when you got to think about the current Senate and the current, you know, government they have. A lot of what comes out is very much based on conspiracy theories and ideas, right? And again, they didn't provide any pictures. Oh, sure. You know what they provided? You know what they provided? You know, that video of that thing flying in the fucking air, that black dot flying in the air that the Air Force captured. Oh yeah, sure. Oh yeah, that's a UFO right there, right? Of course that is. Right, and every time people go crazy because some hobo, well, sorry, not a hobo, some hillbilly, sorry, not a hobo, said, oh, I saw, I was out here in the country. I saw an alien UFO out here in the country. And everybody goes, oh my God, did you hear he saw it? You know, like fucking ridiculous. It's more that they didn't deny it. That's true, yeah. I doubt. It's crazy that there's now omitting the factor of aliens existing, right? But at the same time, why the fuck is a country like the US admitting to the existence of aliens? Is it the only country in the world? Apparently, it's the only country in the world where aliens have landed is in the US. I mean, the second largest nuclear arsenal, the biggest army in the world, is holding meetings about aliens' existence. Don't we have better things to do? Don't we have a little bit more on the plate now, right now, than an alien's existence? I mean, I'm just asking. You know, it's quite crazy. What they're doing is feeding the masses who believe in the whole U.S. probing. You know, I mean, some guys come back and say they got something stuck up their other end, right? You know, say that, oh, I got probed. It's like, you know, is that something you're proud of? Like, I got something shoved up on the other end, and that's something you're proud of? I want to share my story. Oh, okay, sure. And did this happen after you ate those mushrooms, or did it happen before? I just want to know. I mean, I think it's ridiculous. Listen. Personally, I believe in aliens. I mean, we're stupid not to believe in aliens because aliens are obviously a thing. I mean, it's very, very likely. I mean, when we talk aliens, I'm not talking about those big-headed things. You know, microorganisms or other beings on other planets. Sure, very possible, because believing that there isn't life out there, you know, every scientist out there would give you the same answer that yes, there's a very, very high possibility that life exists out there like it does exist on Earth. We know life can exist. So why couldn't it exist anywhere else, you know? that's what I'm thinking with you. You know, why would the aliens travel billions of light years to an underdeveloped planet to study us? It just sounds a bit ridiculous. Because why would they travel billions of light years to travel an under to study an underdeveloped country, planet that does not have their technology yet? What would they use or unless they're planning to go to war, right? Unless they're planning to go to war, but you're telling me that spaceships on the size of this planet has come to our planet and we haven't seen it? Yeah, bullshit, right? I'm just saying, right? I mean, it's the Belarusian Minister of Defense announced. This is from Oyster Defender. I call him Oyster Defender. I don't care what everybody calls. The Ministry of Defense announced that yesterday that they have begun large-scale military exercises in the Swarovski Gap in the border region with Poland. It's funny how the ministry also said that it was going to be like a real-life conditioned battle, you know. So what they're doing is, so here's the crazy part of what they're doing right now, guys. They are practicing real life combat in the Swarovski Gap, on the Swarovski Gap. And you're telling me that something's not happening? No. In the border regions with Poland and Lithuania, the exercises will be based on the lessons that have learned so far during the special military operation in Ukraine. During these exercises, there will reportedly be a significant movement of mechanized. This is what they're doing, right? So they announce a military exercise. They move tons of equipment to the front to say, oh, we're just using this for exercising, and then they launch something. Why? Because that's what they do. That's what the Russians did. They covered it up by saying it's a military exercise on the border. They're bordering on the Swarovski Gap. They're now saying, okay, we're going to bring a lot of mechanized armor, a lot of heavy armor to the front, and then we're going to do exercises. Really? Really? We would be less than cavemen to them. We'd be able to stage, yeah. I'm about to go swim over there and see. I'll swim, maybe take a plane. Let's probably get a better. Reportedly, the significant movement of mechanized and tanks of the Belarusian Russian armed forces in this region, as well as flights of combat and civilian drones. Why would they need that? Unless they're gonna be doing something fucking stupid. So again, this is happening right now as we're talking. I re-uploaded that. I retweeted that to my Twitter. You can go read it yourself. It's happening. We can't deny it anymore. It's fucking ridiculous. They covered these things up with special military operations. They move things to the front just so they can, you know. They did a copy and paste. They really did, you know. But they're also saying it's going to be based on what we learned doing the special operation military. Why would you need to do that? You know, why are you basing something off? Why are you saying that? Why are you saying we're learning from what happened there? You know, no plane's going to be stealthy. It's definitely going to be stealthy. I mean, the Belarusian or the Russians are probably going to move some planes, but it's not going to be very heavily air comprised. Listen, air superiority is going to be in NATO hands no matter what, and the Russians knows that. What they're betting on is their ground abilities. You know, their ground abilities is what they're betting on, so they can get, you know, the plane shot down. That's what they're betting on. They're betting on the ground abilities. That's sort of the biggest bet are. You know, but when you don't have air superiority, fighting a war where bombs are flying over your head, it's going to be a fucking hard choice. But, yeah, I mean, this is what's happening. They're moving things to the front. They're calling it a military exercise. You know, it's ridiculous. And now they're covering it up. with calling it a military exercise. But if the idiot out there knows it's not a military exercise, it's a pretext to do something. They're copy pasting what the Russians did, and they're saying we're learning from what happened in Ukraine. Why would you need to learn what happened in Ukraine? You're not going to war against NATO weapons, but yes, they are. You know. So is it still going to be? But again, if they're saying that we're not learning against, it could still be a push on the Ukrainian border. But at the same time, I just don't think that they would move to the Belarusian border to the Polish border, because it would take a lot of time to then start moving all that equipment to the Ukrainian border. Why not just move it to the Ukrainian border? You know, it's going to be stealthy, surely. Yeah, stealth. Yeah. The Russian part of stealth doesn't really exist, but... Oh, what is that? Oh, look at that. Look at that P8. What the hell? Look at the P8. Why, has it been flying back and forth? Look at that. Why has it done that? What? There's a P8. It entered into Russian airspace multiple times. Look at that. What? Was it? What? That can't be true. It's got to be like a lie or something, right? What? Took off multiple. It was here. What? No, it's got to be. It's got to be. It's got to be a lie. Yeah. It's apparently it's a lot of E3s up, but oh, look at that Doomsday plane. Doomsday plane, guys. U.S. Doomsday plane and 3 E3s are up right now, alongside I think an E6 in the area. What the hell is that P8 doing? It's probably a mech. I bet on it being ADHB messing up, right? Bunch of P8s in this area, by the way. Look at that. 3 P8s in that area alone, right there. I mean, and there we go. E6 over Washington, or closing Washington. I think it's landing now. Look at that, guys. We got an E3 and the Doomsday plane right there. Is something happening? I don't know. Could be. I mean, listen, we had an E3 in Alaska. I think it just landed. What the hell has this P8 been doing? Why is it's entered Russian airspace multiple times? This is Russian right here. It can't be true. It has to be. It has to be ADHB messing this up. You know, it can't be true. Simply can't be true. Also, how could it fly back and forward so many times? That's ridiculous. Probably a cargo plane. Doesn't matter. A P8 is not a cargo plane, by the way, Spider. And if you're intruding on another territory, it would matter. But I'm just saying, you know. It's probably messed up with ADHB. It has to be. I mean, I simply can't sit here and think it isn't. Yeah, the PA right there. PA are sub hunters. At least they travel over Russian airspace, so. Probably just a mix-up. Hopefully. Yeah. I see nothing about it. let's just imagine that probably it's probably a mistake by an ADSP. That's just weird. I mean, that's whatever happened there. Maybe it got mixed up with other flight patterns or something. It doesn't even. I don't think it's even flying right now. It's landing right now. It seems it's going down. That's so weird. That's really weird. I don't know. That's very weird. Anyways, moving on. We have, oh, 4 P8s in that area right there. Yeah. A lot of P8s. All up and over. What? Long post on the back propeller started military exercises. Well, that's a lot. How you doing, gamer? That is quite a lot. Ugh. Well, I think it's somewhat common for that Doomsday plane to follow around. They are like a strategic command center, but I don't think it's anything extremely unusual about it. I think it's all right. I mean, they're probably keeping it pretty tight security, if that's what you mean. But yeah, I mean, that Doomsday plane, you know, yeah, sure, they could be following around. It is like a strategic survival command in case of serious threats or something like that. Well, I think E3s. I mean, they probably got those around all the time, right? I mean, E3s are around all the time, especially in that area. But yeah, if they're, you know, I mean, they're probably tightening security. That's for sure. Probably getting up security. They're probably tightening up security a little bit in case of anything, so they can get it off quickly. But yeah. Yeah, sure, they're probably a bit worried. Who wouldn't be? I mean, stuff is happening. I mean, I'm just waiting on these guys to give like an end date on this military exercise, right? They're probably gonna get everything into order, and eventually, you know what we're gonna see? We're probably gonna see like this blood transfusion centers that they set up doing or medic camp, right? So you go training, and you're telling me doing a drilling exercise, you need thousands of tents of medic camps? No, no, you don't do that. I mean, maybe, right? But the factor is, the Minister of Defense said that they're doing exercises mirroring real life conditions, you know, in a war, which means that they're getting ready and training their soldiers to get ready for a real life condition of a war, you know? Just saying. Just saying. Power nav on my keyboard. You had power nav on your keyboard? Fair enough. Got to keep an eye out, sure, yeah. Oh, would you look at that? So you still got that. You still got that river joint plus two Airbuses in the area, alongside another Airbus, multiple Airbuses just outside the UK, alongside the river joint. I mean, you don't say out and you come out with a statement. Oh, we're doing real life conditions. Just for exercising. Why the fuck do they need to exercise and mirroring and doing exercises that they have learned doing during the Ukraine war as if they're not gonna do something, right? It's so obvious at this point, you know? They don't really care. I don't think it's a quiet night, but it certainly won't be quiet for much longer. You gotta be careful, buddy. The winds won't stay quiet for much longer. A month, weeks, days, Thursday, whenever. It won't stay quiet for much longer. It won't. Understand? You fucking. Hey, can you do like Gordon Ramsay? I think I like Gordon Ramsay. Can I do Gordon Ramsay? I don't know. What about Gordon Ramsay? Right. Hello. How you doing? Right. Hello, love. How you doing? Right. Hello. Hello. Be careful what you wish for, punk. Be careful what you wish for, punk. As Clint Eastwood. It's not very good, but I'm practicing my Clint Eastwood, you know. You careful what you wish for, buddy. It's not very good, but United States Marines. Oh, fuck. I can't do like Morgan Freeman. I just played Red Dead Redemption 2 as well. Well, I ain't gonna be around here for much longer. See you around, boys. Oh, wait. Well, well, I ain't gonna be around here for much longer. No. Well, I ain't gonna be around here for much longer. Gotta get out of here. No, fuck. Well, I ain't gonna be around here for much longer. Well, you sure about this? Are you sure about this, Dutch? Are you sure about this, Dutch? No. Are you sure about this, Dutch? Are you sure about this, Dutch? No, fuck. It's not even close. Are you sure about this, Dutch? No. Are you sure about this, Dutch? Fuck, it's not even close. Dutch, are you sure about this? Dutch. Dutch. I can't even do it. You would not stop and go hit him. Go gadget. Dutch, you sure about this? Dutch, you sure about this? Howdy you all, how you doing? Oh. What do you give me? You give me a lot. To Obama? I think I've done Obama before, I think. Well, listen, you gotta understand that, it's Biden. Well, listen, you gotta understand that growing up in Oregon, it was, I've been all around, it's, when I think and I just fly, it's amazing. Well, I've been all around, growing up in a chocolate ice cream, no, Obama, I think Obama, well, I think it's very likely that we're gonna be getting. He speaks. The funny thing about Obama is he goes like kind of a short drive kind of speech. Like he goes like, well, I think it's gonna be quite a good time. Where am I? Am I over here? Where am I? All right. Where am I? Where am I? Okay, I'm over here. All right. Okay, fair enough. I don't think I'm old enough to do Biden. Well, growing up in Oregon, it was quite good. Well, I happen to think that growing up in that's kind of Biden thing, growing up in no, not Biden, sorry, Obama. That's kind of like, well, I happen to think that they've done a great job and that they're doing a good job. Donald Trump, he does kind of the same, but he's also kind of like a short-driven kind of speech. We're gonna do a lot, and it's gonna be great. It's gonna be huge. It's gonna be amazing. It's so amazing. It's I don't know why I turned sassy there for a second. I'm not that good at voices. Maybe I gotta relaunch. I gotta listen to Biden for a second or Obama. Sometimes I forget about their voices because it's been so long since I've even heard them speech. Oh yeah, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary Channel, what we have. If you listen to Obama, he goes, yeah, exactly. It's 3 words, dramatic pause, 3 words, dramatic pause. and then he goes, again, pause. Wait, what? Pause. And then he goes, am I saying that right? Pause? Pause? Wait, no, I'm not. Pause. There you go. Pause. That's what go. Pause. That's what. He goes, well, ladies and gentlemen, it's gonna be great. What did I say? Pause. A quick reminder. We're going for being. I can't even do it better. I've seen somebody do a great job about a Biden. I've seen Biden do some one speech once, It's pause. Pause? Pause? It's pause? No, it's not. It's pause? No, isn't it? You say thing. You gotta understand. Growing up in, Zelensky smells funny, and chocolate, chocolate ice cream. My wife, great job. I actually happen to think that Biden has gotten somewhat better at speeching. To start with, he had no fucking clue how to speech. Am I fucking up my English tonight? Is it going wrong? I mean, it's some certain words that I really cannot pronounce right now. My speech? His speech, yes. Gotta be proper pronunciation here. Your pauses. Your pulses. Your pauses. Right, there you go. He also goes, every time he goes, he says, well, you gotta understand, you gotta understand, because he goes, I'm really not that talented when it comes to my voices. I'm really not. He did like a cowboy. I feel like every cowboy sounds the same. It's like, well, we're gonna be heading down to the river quite soon. You're gonna come along, Dutch. Come along, Dutch. We're heading down soon. It's gonna be a good time. We're gonna catch ourselves some deer. They all sound the same. It's like old Southern American, right? Well, I think. Well, I happen to think that it's gonna be a great time. I love Obama. I really do. He's amazing. No, it's too much now. Let's move on. I'm not gonna be doing any more voices now. Just trying to kill time here. Nothing's happening. Oh, why is nothing happening? The whole sexy thing. I mean, the videos I've seen of him, I think it's somewhat weird as to if he's trying to be nice or if he's genuinely like a creepy guy. I can't really tell, I think he doesn't have a sort of sense of where he is. You know what you say? You don't have. He doesn't have the sort of. He can't really read a room. I think he's not really good at reading a room or understanding what people want to hear. You know. I think if he just was to slow down and speak in his own time, he could get a lot more words out. Nobody would be mad at him. Listen, you gotta understand that Biden does have a. I say it too. I don't know. I don't know why I say. I don't know why I say you gotta understand it too. You gotta understand. I keep saying that as well. It's a good thing. He is creepy, but I think Biden needs to slow down. Biden has had a lisp, a lisp, or stuttering, as well. He's overcome that. He's done a lot of training towards it, and he has had that, but he's overcome it a lot, and that's kind of an achievement in itself. But he needs to slow down and take his speeches in his own pace. He needs to stop because he's trying to match Obama or anybody else. But there's no one like Obama. Obama was a great speaker. He really was a great speaker. But the touchy feel, oh yeah, exactly. I mean, he does touch a lot of people. But I feel like there's nobody who's really as good as maybe when you go back in time. I feel like every president back in time was a good speaker, no matter what. But you know, modern day speakers, you don't get much better than Obama. He was a great speaker. He really was. Say what you want, you know. Oh shit! I think it was just an explosion in Kramatorsk. This is that, guys. Holy shit! Boom! That was huge. That was definitely Kramatorsk, I think. Yeah, that was certainly. I think that was in Kramatorsk. Same area that we've seen a lot of explosions happen. I'm probably gonna get it on the camera here. I don't think that was lightning. I'm not aware of any lightning in this area. I've not seen any. So don't think so. And it was the same area as yesterday. I think we heard those explosions. Ouchers. Boom. The river joint? No. It, I don't think it did. No, it looked like it did. I mean, it got pretty close, but no, it did not cross into, Russian airspace. No. Supposedly the P-8 did. There's the nautical. I think it's like. I think you have like your economic zone and you got your airspace zone, but I don't think it's that far out. I think it's a max zone of 2 kilometers or something like that. No, not 26 miles. It's not 26 miles. No, it's about 2 kilometers, I think, outside from coast, or less or more. Max 10 maybe, but I don't think it's that long, no. All right. Territory sea out to 12 nautical miles from the coastline. That's the aviation agreement made in 1988. Extended a claim to a sovereign over the territorial sea out to 12 nautical miles. And how much is 12 nautical miles in miles? I think it's generally just 12 miles. "22 kilometers is 12 nautical miles. It's 13 miles outside. That's 12 nautical miles. I don't know if Russia has that. I think it has that agreement as well, but yeah. You know, there's your airspace, and then you got your economic zone. But economic zones are not territorial claims, therefore it cannot be active as if you claim or intruded your territory. But yeah. 13 miles. 13 miles. Yeah, 12 nautical miles, which is 13 miles. So very close to thing itself. 22 kilometers, if anybody is European. I said that before. I think that's the agreement for Russia as well. But of course, Russia sort of makes his own rules. So, you know, Russia tends to make its own rules once in a while. So, yeah. Noobers. Indian military plane is over Iran right now. Took off from the UK. I'm about to say it's an American-made plane that's over Iran right now, but it's not, operated by the U.S. It's operated by Iran. Sorry, India. Brr. India. India, we don't care. I made that joke once when the Ukraine war started. I was on a call with some of my friends. I was looking at the the air thing, right, and then everybody was like, "Oh, you can't fly over Ukraine. There's a war," and then and then I said like I remember what I said. I said, "Indian air, we don't care." That's what I said. And everybody thought it was funny. It was hilarious. I mean, it was a hilarious joke. It was amazing. According to Pale, I sound like a gangster, so pretty cool actually. Oh my god. Okay, right. Well, that P8 is over Tokyo right now. Right? Is that Tokyo? Yeah. Yes. That's Tokyo. Airbuses. God damn it. Something happened. I'm kidding. It's just, I'm a news guy. I gotta report on something. Oh. Uh, Russia. Wagner building Belarusian tent city 50 miles from Kiev territory. I'm still thinking Kiev. I'm just saying, I know they're doing the drills on the border there. Could be a distraction. Still could go for Kiev. I mean, I'm still much more believing of that. Although, as we're talking here, it does look more and more likely about to do something, the stupidest decisions that anybody could have done. I mean, a country like Belarus does not have the capabilities to take on NATO. In no fucking lifetime, in no reality, does Belarus have the capabilities to take on NATO. It's ridiculous. Hey, do. Hey. Let's go. Mario, where are you? Oh, there you are. What are you doing? Luigi, I have done a terrible crime. What have you done, Mario? I forgot to plumb the toilet. It's overflown. The queen will kill me. No, Luigi, I will get fired. Mario, that is no crime. We will just explain it. You have saved her a million times. We will help. She will forgive. Mario! Fucking ridiculous. Oh, I really do that when I'm bored. Like it's got nothing to talk about. Like, I bet I've lost like 1 million viewers because of that. Well, I don't have 1 million viewers, so. Ugh. I will lose my fucking mind if this is the fucking news I'm gonna be reporting from now on. Because nothing's fucking happening. Nothing. There's nothing happening. I've already covered what's going on. There's an explosion in Krematorsk, supposedly, but that could have been lightning. There's no news about it. Nothing. As somebody who called Kim Jong retweeted my tweet earlier. Kim Jong. From Kiev in 3 days to Hive in 3 weeks. What? Huh? Ministry orders ordered to take all prisoners except infected, HIV infected pedophiles, terrorists, and organizers of illegal armed formation. As a result, some immature inmates are urgently seeking ways to contract HIV to avoid certain death. Holy, what the fuck? Ugh. Ah. Why? I don't need to know that. That's just gross. I mean, there's only one way to get HIV. Oh, there's multiple ways. I mean, listen, I'm all for that, right? It's just I can't. Fucking ridiculous. Oh, I don't need to read. Fucking Christ, that's disgusting. That is disgusting. Oh my god. We can cure AIDS. I mean, it's not, you know. Do you have AIDS? Yeah. Come on. We're still going. Russians are stupidly hilarious at times. Yeah. What was that? This is that. Minx, DV. It's Minx, Belarus. That was an explosion right there, guys. Another one. Maybe, like, whatever the hell's going on. It's going on somewhere. The docks are going off as well. Congo virus? Congo virus. Listen, Millions of viruses and bacteria and things happen every fucking year. People always say it's gonna be something. How many years have Ebola been around? How many times did they say Ebola is gonna come to our countries? How many times did they say that fucking malaria? How many times have they said all these viruses, diseases are gonna come to our countries? Only when COVID happened, we said, oh, another virus is gonna start coming because, all these, yeah, exactly. There's millions of viruses, and they're coming out every year. Nothing happens. The reason why we now paying attention to it is because we've already had a virus. Listen to me. Viruses happen every fucking year. Well, exactly, Witchy. We're the same wavelength, But viruses happen every single fucking year, and it's been happening since the day of fucking dawn. So listen. The whole thing about new viruses, it's only because we just had COVID that we now started to pay attention to it. Trust me. It's not going to be a problem. Trust me. I could bet money on the factor that I don't think the whole Congo virus thing and all these other viruses all of a sudden is going to be a thing. It might be a thing in the areas of where they are. But trust me, we have measures nowadays, and it's not. I really, we also said that the bird flu was coming. We said everything was coming, and it didn't happen. So just... I'm not trying to dish you out here, Raymond. I'm just saying it happens every year. Every year there's a new virus. Just millions of viruses. I'm just saying. I was not trying to be rude there, Raymond. I'm just saying. It's I'm just saying. Sorry. At this point, it's just a scare tactic, or it's just people freaking out because we already have one virus. Listen, every 100 years there supposedly comes survivors around. 100 years ago, there was another virus that came around, and we survived that, and we'll survive this. We have already survived it. That's true. Yeah, but what countries are we talking about, Raymond? Because there's about 200, I think, close to 300 countries in the world, so 5 countries are not really going to work. And by the way, is it in Africa? Uh, but you got to remember, if these things come from Africa, and people always worry about if they come to our country, right? And people are like, oh, we're going to die. Listen, the reason why people die in Africa is because of the healthcare they have in Africa. It's outdated. Well, mainly because they don't have the equipment and they don't have the money for it. Something like that comes to Denmark or comes to a modernized country with modern medical equipment. Trust me, it's gonna be much easier to defeat those viruses. But it's. Oh yeah, she's a germaphobe. She hates German. She hates Germans. I'm not worried. So if I'm not, so which is not worried yet, I'm not worried. Right? That's what What'd you say? Just saw a military truck up the right corner, left setup. Did you? I was in Kiev. Oh yeah. That's in Kiev, by the way. Wait, no, it's not. It's in Crimea. My bad. It's not in Kiev. It's in Crimea. I don't know. It's because I saw that one. And no, it's in Crimea. It's coming. There you go. More than one? Oh, there it is. It certainly looks like what I would imagine a military truck to look like. Look at that. Yeah. EU, MP, and France. Well, France is in the EU, so. But trust me, it's not gonna be like that. Trust me. It's yeah. Look at that. It's got a military light on top of the head as well. You can tell those trucks, military trucks as well. They got those military search lights on top as well. Lots of lights on it. All right. Whatever's in that, probably maybe troops can transport or something. You're right, DV. That's probably a military vehicles right there. Well, it's in Crimea. Not unusual, of course, but still. It's ticks, right? I mean, see, this is the ridiculous thing about Jack Hickelson. Here you have Jackson Hickle, right? This is him. This is him pointing out here. This, of course, was Libya with Gaddafi. So he's now saying, you know, he's now saying, oh yeah, sure. Libya was way better when Gaddafi was there. Sure, Gaddafi. Then he shows another picture which isn't from that area. It's not the same area. And then he says this, right? Libya with Gaddafi, and then Libya with American democracy. Now I have to point out, yes, sure, the country was a bit more stable, and sure it was, but nobody actually pays attention to the factor of just how fucking terrorized, he did, how many people he killed in the country, and he was a dictator. The people wasn't happy with him. I mean, I do agree to the factor that yes, the buildings and everything was destroyed, and sure it was better back then. I mean, the Gaddafi, people keep saying, sure, life was better with Gaddafi. Sure, it's more stable, but in reality, you gotta remember that, it's not exactly, he killed, he's a killer, and he was a dictator, and he did a lot of things for the country that people weren't happy with, but still, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a hard point, and it's a hard line, right? Yeah, there was actually a video of it. They pulled him out of the thing and then they shot him, beat him. Yeah, they did do that. The only problem that was left behind, because Gaddafi was such a military dictator, he had a lot of weapons. I mean, he left behind millions. If you haven't seen it, The Secret Soldiers of Benghazi, 13 hours on Netflix. If you want to see what happened to Libya, I recommend you go watch that movie. It's a great movie. it really showcases just what happened, and it explains a lot as to what happened. It really was, a serious situation. Yeah, he was a terrible person. I mean, that's maybe they aren't exactly better off, but eventually, I believe that there probably will be some more stability in the area. At least attempts towards stability, probably. Yes, it comes from ticks, Raymond. Have you heard about the American Lone Star tick? It's gonna make you allergic to meat. That's also another thing. The Lone Star tick, it's got a what it looks like a star in the back. It is a great movie, yeah. I mean, it's got what it looks like a star, and if you apparently get bit by it, you're supposedly going to be allergic to meat or red meat, which is just also one of those things which just sounds ridiculous, but sure. I'm actually seeing a CM5 Super Galaxy. These are very big birds. I mean, these are the biggest U.S. military transport planes just outside Libya, near Greece, in the middle of the Mediterranean. Uh, I mean, I can show you. I don't know why I'm explaining it. Heading over here, I mean, wherever it goes, there's no fly zone in Libya, Egypt, and well, not Egypt, sorry, in Chad and all these countries that already have these no fly zones. But to go over here, and I'm going to keep an eye on it, but whatever it's going, maybe it's going somewhere, because if it's delivering off some kind of weapons or aid, which they already kind of supposed to. Nothing will make me not eat meat. I will die. I can't eat meat? Bullshit. I'll eat meat yet still. You'll die. Fucking bullshit. I don't die from meat. The only reason why I die is because I eat too much. That was the thing. There was somebody who said, "Did you know that you eat 50,000 bananas, you will die?" And then there was "Oh yes, the banana." No, sorry. If you eat 48,000 bananas, the radiation would kill you. And then somebody said, "Oh yes, the bananas would kill you. The radiation would kill you." Yes, definitely not the 48,000 bananas wouldn't kill you. No, the radiation would kill you. Yes. Ah, yes. I messed it up, but it was a very funny clip that came once. It was really funny. Well, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna take a break. Hopefully, when I get back, there's some stuff happening. Jesus Christ, let something happen. Sorry, it sounds wrong, but really, I mean, anything, really. It has to be a war. Hello there. Oh yeah. Oh, a lot of people here. What we get to? How you doing, John? Okay. Here. There we go. What's up, guys? I'm back. How you doing, John? You having a migraine? Yeah, well, this thing to me is probably going to make your migraine a million times worse. Or better. Nothing happened? I figured as much. It's a very weird thing to comment, gamer. Well, my dog fired again. Your Twitter won't load? It's got on data scraping. Oh, the gamer, he got all found out you were a girl. Because I got all. Fuck me. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, that's ridiculous. Now, why did I do that? Just spilled a whole. Jesus Christ. What the fuck am I gonna be talking about? Christ. How you doing, Desire? Welcome. They're moving a bunch of things to Japan right now. I'm gonna be honest. There's been a bunch of flights going to Japan. Oh yeah, I'm eating. Is it annoying? I can mute myself. When he push-ups? You're not my boss. You can't tell me what to do. Seven fucking kids. How are you alive? How, how the fuck are you alive? I'm sorry, but how the fuck? You must have immense amount of patience. That explains why you're still here. You know? Still kicking? Nice. It's good to hear. Here's the problem with European compared to American families. American families, they're big, huge. Now, the good thing for which is you got 7 kids to take care of her when she wants to retire. And you only got 2. Think about that for a second. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's ma'am. Desire is ma'am. It's not a man. Now, yeah, you don't get that in America. In America, you got big families. You go down to the Middle East, big families. America, no, Africa, big families. Europe, small families. Why? We don't got time for kids, huh? You know, we got much more things. We got to go to the red carpet. We got to go protest. You know, all kinds of things. Well, I think that's going to change, which you know, well, exactly, Desire. You know, you work all day. Yeah, man, it is. I once got kicked by a streamer because I called her ma'am, and apparently she thought that if I called her ma'am, I would agree with the imperial system of the UK, and that would contribute to the monarchy because she didn't like the monarchy. So if I called her ma'am, I would basically be calling her the queen. That's just how much she thinks of herself. I mean, that's ridiculous. You had the least amount of kids for 3 generations. Jesus, fucking Christ! Oh, you must have a big family. Fair enough. Yeah, it's it's just amazing. It's amazing. Slow the fuck down. Jesus fuck, what do you got kind of engine in there? An old ass engine. Fucking took a year to accelerate. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. That's a very American thing. In Denmark we don't go around saying yes, sir. We just say hey. You know, hey yo, yo. We got a bunch of surveillance aircraft over Japan right now, and a bunch of military equipment appears to be moving. I mean, we got a bunch of cargo planes. We got planes over the Philippines as well. We got reconnaissance aircraft. We got a river joint in the area as well. We have a Hercules moving to the area. We have Boeing 767 in Alaska. We have a lot. Something's definitely going on towards Japan. I reckon a military exercise. They do exercise a lot down there, but you're Dutch. I don't know, DV. It seems to me that it's quiet. You better watch it, buddy. It's about to be quiet for a while. It's all quiet on the Western Front. Eastern Front. Western Front. It is the Western Front. Plus, you're Dutch. You treat it like the Queen. God damn, I wish I was treated like the Queen or a king. I look a lot like the Danish prince. We got a prince, you know, we got the Danish prince of Denmark, right? This motherfucker, right? Well, not motherfucker. Sorry, I didn't mean to say my bad, guy. So this guy right here, right? The Danish prince. This one right here. He's the third in line to the Danish throne. Probably gonna be king one day. I look kind of like him. I mean, I'm taller and more hot, you know, way more handsome. You know, way more handsome. But I look a lot like him. Yeah, and we don't talk about these guys right here. You know, a lot of people say, you don't talk about these guys. Why don't you talk about this guy? This guy right here moved to fucking America. So, I don't hate America. I just hate the fact that he left the royal family, moved to America, like Prince Harry. Why the fuck do they do that? I don't know. But yeah, I kind of look like that guy. I mean, I'm hotter, but yeah, you know. I like Dutch women. I got this guy called he's his yeah, I probably should be saying he lives in America. He's 40 years old. I've played some games with him. He's actually he has voices in his head. You know, I talk to him sometimes just to make sure he's okay. I do that sometimes. I made friends with him, and now I made it myself a duty to just talk to him once in a while, make sure he's okay. Yeah, we do have kings and queens. We have a queen at the moment. I got a face cam. I mean, listen, I just don't know. I just don't, like the whole idea about showing off my face. But if I want to show my face in videos, you'll get to see it one day eventually. He also forgets about he also forgets about talks that we already had, and then he asks me again. You bet the queen? Goddamn. Well, I'm at the defense minister, and some other politician. I mean, that's all I can claim for. I'm at the Danish defense minister. You know, we got all Schultz over church. Well, the Netherlands got a king and queen, Desire. No idea, mate. I get the current guy, the guy who's been on holiday / sick leave, Jacob. Danelaw in England? Well, it's gonna happen. We're gonna go over there eventually, but we're definitely gonna go over there and reinstate some things. I mean, it's gotten pretty wild since we've been gone, so we're probably gonna go back there eventually. You know. I'd say about 2030. Yeah, that one. We got a Biden. We got a Biden. Well, you actually got a Danish royal. You got two royal families. Well, families. You got two members of the royal. You got a whole royal family living in from Denmark living in the U.S. And you got Prince Harry. So, yeah, congratulations. We don't claim them anymore, you know. I certainly wouldn't shake up hands with that guy. Disgusting. Disgusting. Ugh. I don't think Jacob probably remembers me. You know, the defense minister. I just met him randomly. But it's one of those. He probably meets like a million people a day. I can imagine. You're off to Poland, my man? What are you doing? NATO mission? Training? Exercise? Well, you probably can't tell. You probably can't say, can you? Well, gamer, I hope you have a good time, man. Well, I'm gonna be are you allowed to watch streams while there? You know? Can only say military exercise. Fair enough. No, we can't. I probably can't ask him for more than that. Wouldn't want you to get fired. So please do not share anything more that you are allowed to say because that's obviously confidential. You know, intel. What is your rank, gamer? I mean, am I allowed to ask you what's your rank? Look at that, Polish border plane. Put up a cam. It requires a lot. It requires a lot of setup. Take a long time. My chief will kill me. Will kick the shit out of me if we stream. Oh no, I didn't mean like stream. I meant if you were allowed to watch streams. I didn't know if you. I mean like stream. I meant like if you're allowed to stream. Sorry, not allowed to. I meant if you're allowed to watch. You know, use your phone. I'm starting in Danish. Oh, fair enough, man. Nice. My well, I don't know if it's not really a brand. I don't know if you probably never met. Have you met my brother? He was a captain, part of a major. His name was Müller, or you might know him as Everest. Everest. He's first name Christian. He's my brother. You probably never met him. He was a captain inside the military. He was training combat medics, I think. Well, he's no longer in there, so. On your breaks, fair enough. All over the rage these days. If you have the right sense. wouldn't surprise me if you met my brother. I mean, sometimes I ask people and they're like, "Oh, that's your brother?" Like, yeah. All right. Eagle Watch Chief of Defense Staff have requested at least 25,000 troops for a military intervention in Niger, with most being provided by Nigerian and a small contingency also being provided by the Senegal, Benin, and Ivory Coast, with the other ECOWAS member possibly assisting. What they're ordering now is the ECOWAS Chief of Defense Staff has requested a force of at least 25,000 troops for a military intervention. It doesn't get more serious than this, guys. It really does not get. I do my best, fair enough. It really does not get more serious than this. Thank you, Witchy. Than this, because it this is where we are now. I mean, this is don't mistake these guys. I mean, these guys right here, right? Some of them, many of these are U.S. trained, advisory. These are not the most stupidest soldiers you will ever meet, They have the traditions, but they fight like hell, trust me. We just get more serious than this. I mean, are we about to see a fucking war start in Africa? And meanwhile, we about to see a war start in NATO? The whole world's gonna turn into a fucking war zone eventually, man. 25,000 trained soldiers against a Nigerian force of Wagner-trained militians. Yeah, no, that's not gonna be good enough. I think that's yeah, exactly. Small. Yeah, but most of the people that Niger is actually posturing up, they're not proper military. Most of what the Nigerians are, no, sorry, the Nigerian are posturing up is untrained militia. When the U.S. tried to, well, not tried, when the U.S. fought for the independence and won, they had those Minutemen, which was untrained militias. Those kind of people right there. It is war season, war decade, I would say. Well, the only people we know right now that are in Nigeria is Wagner, which we already know is pretty much Russian. So yeah, I mean, sure, could be some Russian reinforcements going on. I've already said I already said this before. I think it's very much, a military assisted by Russian or some kind of coup here. Got another one coming here. The military juntas in Mali and Burkina Faso has released a joint statement today requesting that the African Union intervene in any sort of military action that is launched by ECOWAS against the military junta, which has come to power in Niger. So they're now asking the international community, the African Union, to interfere with ECOWAS, which the African Union and ECOWAS are alongside against Niger. They're now asking them to wow, yeah. So, I mean, it's getting here now. Or something happening now? Do I finally? Listen. I look like a fucking madman right now because I'm so fucking like. Uh. 4 unveiling signs for Ukraine as it heads for fall. What? Oh, fall. Fall. Like fall. I thought you said like fall. The forthcoming fall and winter will be critical for Ukraine and therefore Europe. If Russia can destroy Ukraine's air defenses, West will need to reconsider its stand on military intervention, says Hubman. Well, yeah, sure. I mean, well, yeah. Well, I mean, it's not likely that the Russians do have that, but it does seem that the Russians are now somewhat targeting what appears to be military targets for the first time in this war. They're now targeting airfields and strategic bomber ports. But you know, the capabilities of the Russians to destroy all of Ukraine's. I mean, that means, but Ukraine also is very good at just taking off from the highways. So, you know, yeah. I really don't know. It's a bit like it's hard to put my finger on it. Well, I won't hate you, Witchy, and I said it before. I said it before, and I said it yesterday, that the Russians are using this time of stalemate on the front line to gain a sort of upper hand in the face of overwhelming defeat. Right? I mean, they're using this sort of time to re-equip and do things that they weren't used to before, and the Ukrainians are supposedly getting more reckless. I mean, I'm not listen, guys. I'm not turning pro-Russian. I hate the Russians and I hate everything they did towards the Ukrainians. But don't get me wrong here. The Ukrainians are turning to a point of where I think Zelensky is ordering more and more interventions on trying to clap back at Russia. Russia does something stupid and now Ukraine is trying to clap back. I get that. Listen, I get trying to get back at a bully, you know. But the only real way to defeat the bully is by going head on, you know? The truth is the truth. The only way to fight a bully is to go head on. But Ukraine, seriously, and I said it in the start of the video, the Ukraine needs to reconsider its war strategy because the war strategy that's going on right now, it's not working. Listen, this grinding halt, it's grinding up resources that they don't have. It's grinding off their men that they don't have. Well, they do have a lot of men, but listen, NATO training takes a long time. You know, yeah, NATO training takes a long time, and they can't repost that those men as fast as the Russians. Now the Russians have less, you know, fucking the Russians, you know, dying in larger numbers, sure. But the strategic targets are now these vessels coming in. You still want the bridge gone, sure, yeah. But I'm just saying what I'm saying is that Ukraine needs to stop getting down at a Russian level, where interfering or doing some sort of airstrike in the middle of Russia is gonna do something. You know, if the Ukrainians are going to do anything with their drones, stop firing at random buildings and start firing on military targets like power grids, like the roads, like oil depots, which they have done. But it's just not everyone. They're turning towards on their level, you know. But Ukrainians have to be really careful not to go on the Russian level, in the eyes of the world, you know. I mean, I would love to see. I agree, Gamer. I would love to see more attacks, but what I would love to see in the form of attacks, I would love to see a much more strategized attack. in the sense they need to start focusing on using the drones that they have a limited amount of to do more strategically targeted attacks, is what I'm trying to say. I mean, you know, you haven't in reality realized that that's what happens. Exactly. I mean, stop doing all this frontal push. Dig in, find a point, find the weak point, dig in, spread out the Russian forces, attack on one point. Stop focusing all your efforts on doing like the Russians do. Because if they're doing like the Russians do, they're going to lose this fucking war. Russia is losing this war, so to try to do the same shit that the Russians are doing, they're going to fucking lose. I get being mad. Listen, I get being mad against an enemy that's been terrorizing you for years. You've been terrorized for over 1 year and a half, you know? And I get being mad at people. I get being mad, and I get wanting to get revenge on an enemy that I would love seeing dead on the ground, right? But I hate seeing the Ukrainians turning into the level of where the Russians are. They have to stay focused, and Zelensky needs to understand that this war is not about killing the Russians off. It's about regaining territory. I fear that he may have lost his course. Not particularly that he hasn't at his weird off course. I fear that he may be just so fed up with the Russian attacks that he's now gone into full Winston Churchill air raid mode, you know. When Winston Churchill never gave up on his target of bombing the shit out of the Germans, sure, you know, and I would love to see the bombing the shit out of the Russians, but they have to be smart about this, you know. But NATO needs to kick their ass off, sure, but it goes as much as saying, you know. Exactly, you make them cold. Point is, you know, you gotta make their life just as miserable as Ukrainian life, but it doesn't help targeting or wasting military equipment on attacking a building like the Russians do. The Russians are stupid. They do that. They waste their military equipment. The problem is, Ukraine thinks that's a good idea. You know, it's not. I get retaliating. I get giving revenge, but I also get winning a war. You know, I get winning a war. Winning a war is what they need to do. They need to win a fucking war. It's not a lie. It's the truth. They need to win a fucking war. Sometimes it takes patience, and sometimes it takes to understanding that people are gonna die. You know? Nothing you can do about it. So you might as well clap back as hard as you can, but don't sink to the levels of the Germans. Imagine if the English and the Americans sunk to the level of what the Nazis did. They never did that. They stayed true to a course. Because doing all these terrible things, not only the Nazis did, but what the Russians are doing, you know, that in itself is a stupid idea. I just fear that Zelensky has gone off hinge, launching more and more attacks on Russian cities. Russia is massive, you know. Attack on Russia is not going to be felt by the citizens. They don't really give a shit. All that's doing is fueling up the citizens to believe in a fucking war. Just saying, you know. Yeah. If they're gonna do attacks, attack power grids. You know, why not attack a power grid? Why not attack fucking infrastructure, roads, military equipment, air bases. They've done that. But they need to focus on making, like you said, the enemy cold, not the enemy. The enemy doesn't need to be frightened by your bombs. They need to be frightened about the consequences of your bombs. You know? Yeah, I don't know. It's hard. It's a hard line, right? But this is what everybody wants to hear. Come in here and hear me say, the Ukrainians are winning every single day. And yes, they are. Surely they are. You know, they are. But it's just not good enough to me. Yeah, exactly. Which he has to stop, you know. Yeah, exactly. The Ukrainians are attacking tankers, non-military targets. And again, I get doing that. You know, I mean, it's the Ukrainians said that if the Russians are not pushing in on our territory, we'll push in on your territory. Sure, you know, and if the Russians are saying that we're gonna be well, I call you Nazis, yeah. I mean, the whole throwing around the word Nazi like it's nothing. It's a dangerous word because it means it has a lot of baggage. You know, that word has a lot of baggage, is what I'm trying to say. You know, but I mean, the targeting of that tanker, the Russians are targeting. You know, the Russians are targeting obviously the Ukrainian ships for the grain deal. And now Ukraine is delivering back a statement saying we will attack your tanker. We will attack your ships. Sure. But I would love to see that push against naval ships. Warships. You take out a tanker, that's not going to change the fact of somebody, shooting down a tanker and that's not going to change the factor of somebody shooting down a grain ship. You attack the warship attacking the grain ship, then it's going to stop. You're wasting a naval drone on a tanker at people that have nothing to do with the war, you know? Yeah, well, gamer, I mean, the only thing about Belarus is that we don't fly over Belarus. It has a restricted airspace, not a closed airspace. But yes, I think eventually it's probably going to be closed. Likely, maybe. But it's not going to do it because that raises suspicion, right? I mean, it's hard because as much as I want to give back at the Russians and give them a fucking handful, I hate for Ukraine to reach the level of where they're seeing where Putin can spin the war in his favor, right? And spin the people again in his favor. Because if Putin goes to his people and tell them about Ukrainians attacking innocent ships, the Russians doesn't know that the Russians are attacking innocent ships. But if they go to tell that the Russians are attacking innocent ships, I actually happen to think that this is the exact ship right. This is the bridge right here that was attacked earlier. This one right here. There's a bridge going across here, I think. That I have in my mind. I actually think that was the bridge that was attacked earlier. No, I get that true. You know, I get hurting the Russian economy. In many ways, but there's a lot of other ways to hurt the Russian economy than shooting out some of their tankers. You gotta remember that. You know, I think interventions by the West and the whole like idea behind it, we haven't really restricted our oil deport and our gas imports and all that shit. You know, we need to do it because you know we gotta win a war first, and then then we gotta worry about the money later. Nowadays, they've gotten so scared that they don't want to lose their money, you know, in a war against aggression. Because they're losing money. Oh my God, what are we gonna do? You know, you always make money back. I don't know. It's a hard line, and it's some people hate you. Some people are gonna hate me from saying it, right? But in reality, it's somewhat true. I mean, war is yeah, money, sure. Good night to you, Witchy, or whatever. Have a good time shopping. That probably also will be calling card for me because I think I'm going to be leaving the stream up here for you guys for a little bit here, and then I'm going to come back, turn it off. But yeah, I'm going to be leaving a bit here now. It's not really a lot of interesting stuff going on here tonight, but we did get some more information about this Niger situation here and these troops here supposedly moving in now. But we'll keep you updated, and see you tomorrow, actually. Well, I will see you guys tomorrow. With another stream. Hopefully you guys are something more I could bring you tomorrow. Did miss some of the things that I showed. Maybe go back to the start. You can see me talking about some things. We got two P8s. Yeah, we got two P8s over Australia right now. And a lot of monitoring of all kinds of vehicles going on. Sorry, planes. I mean, Japan is completely covered with plane right now, and it has got monitorings as well. We got a Boeing 747. South Korean military as well. A lot of things going on over Japan as well. Maybe some kind of air exercises, but there's certainly a lot of reconnaissance aircraft in the area. As well as Thailand's got some planes up right there. Yeah, it's actually Poland has a border plane in the area, doing some surveillance like always. But I will see you guys on the other side.